Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Look at me, starting on time, which means I've probably forgotten something. Hey there, Ranch Kid. Hey, Scope UK. Hey, Lucas. Hey, Greenbeard. Hey, Andres and Aetherling. Hey, Rushmere. Tohos. Pops Hansen. How is everyone? Dr. Dave and Collie. Hey, Alan and Stuart. Tuxedo. How are folks? Hey, Wick Central. Hey, Tactical Printing. Lord Gitface, Mobius, William Nelson, hey Cliff, hey Connor, hey Tintellin, hey Deanna, hey Brian. Okay, we are back on the TriMax. Gonna make some good progress today. I'm hoping we should be able to get into flashing some firmware, making sure things are up to date, starting to look at what the configuration is gonna look like, but we also have a lot of little cleanup wiring and assembly to do, so we'll see how far we get. Hey, D-Max Nova and Jack. Hey, Benny. Hey, Mark Davis and Rod. Hey, 1066. So let me bring the printer over here and we'll see what we have. Go on to the Lazy Susan. Kermit, thanks for being a member. For 42 months, perfect. Okay, let's see here. Z printer. That'll probably do. So last week we worked on finishing the second tool head, started to work on the docks. So this is the highly adjustable, easy to set up dock that is in the files. This is the way I would recommend someone go normally, but I had to be different and make a dock that attaches to the Vitali CNC front idlers here. So spend a lot of time. I've got the other one printed, a lot of little tweaks to make this fit right. And yeah, should get a free towel for being a member for 42 months. Need towel merch. Tuxedo, thanks for being a member. Almost 3 years. Rod, thanks for being a member. Yep. This is when he gets his, when he knows he gets attention. He gets attention all the time, but he knows there could be treats involved with this attention. Hey Neil, thanks for being a member. I am not live streaming from Formnext. I am not going to rely on a highly congested network for live streaming. Although I may show up as a guest on at least one live stream from there. So I will try to post in the going live if I know that's going to happen. Killer Prince, you want a towel? I do too. I want a towel with a logo on it. Is Oscar an antenna fail cat? What is that? What is that? Hey, J-Bob Online. I try to catch as many people as I can. So if someone is missed, it means that chat is going too fast, or I turned around to pick up a printer or something. But there you are. Sending you all love from Israel. Thanks for being here. That's right, Kobe. I will get it eventually. This whole name change thing. It'll take a while. It'll take a while. Hey, questionable choices. Okay. Where do we want to start? I guess we should start. Let's get the docks to the same. I did a couple of things. Hey, Bearder Bucket. Hey, Ref. Trying to set it back, but we won't allow you to. Yeah. This year I can't make it to Formnext. Next year I'm going to. It's only 3 hours with the train from Brussels, Belgium. Ah. Hi, Howie. So here's what I did. I decided, because in my earlier versions of these mounts, I had to do a big cutout here for the lead screw. I decided I have plenty of lead screw travel, so I lowered the Z lead screw steppers 8 millimeters. That freed up enough clearance to where I don't have to worry about them at all. So all I did to do that is print some 8 millimeter spacers to go between the mount here and the stepper, and then I just used 20 millimeter screws instead of 12s. So spacers on both sides. I went ahead and did that off camera. It didn't take long. It wasn't going to be a super something I really necessarily wanted to deal with on stream. So those have been lowered, which means that I can get the maximum efficiency out of the docks. So this is docking at basically X max -1. So I'm giving myself about 1 millimeter clearance. But what that's done is it's giving me 10 millimeters of exclusion zone back. So instead of 35 millimeters by 75 millimeters on each side, it's 25 by 75 on each side. So once I swap this one out. So this dock is 10 millimeters closer to the side of the printer than this one. So in order to do that, let's just go over here and do a little manual tool pick up there and get it out of the way. Hey, Andrew Humphrey, welcome. So, and then we can start pulling this apart. Andrew, thanks for the super chat. Free supervisor treat fund. I need to get a whole bunch of new treats at this point. We need to go through the other ones. There's always one print that doesn't fit. Okay, so this is the dock that would be recommended to print and use because it is very adjustable. It is basically out there on the files. But for me, because these Vitali CNC front idlers have extra mounting holes in them that's intended for putting little printed accent pieces on, I'm utilizing those to mount the dock to. So now I've not tested it on this side, but what that's gaining me also is my camera cable here. I can get back into the slot and get it out of the way again. With this mount, I would have had to create a groove in here so that the cable could go around it. Could the stock dock just be thinner? It could be, yeah. There's lots of things we could, could the stock dock be thinner? It is highly dependent on screw lengths for attaching to the frame. And yes, you could, if you move the steppers down, you could gain quite a bit here with this dock. I agree. You could gain quite a bit with this style dock. I just have the ability to do this, so I am. Kobe, were you able to change your name now? Is that what I'm seeing? Congrats, and thank you for the super chat. For being a truly pleasant guy, good vibes and community value. You're one of the good guys. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Oh, okay. Pull these T-nuts out. Oh. Good point on the standard screw lengths though. Yeah, so you could be limited in exactly how much space, where I'm not limited at all here. I'm limited simply by the geometry of where the dock needs to be. Okay, so these I'm just gonna set over here, get them out of the way, and then I'm gonna try to find all the bits and pieces that were specific to my dock setup. So here is one of them, and where is the other one? Council of Andrews coming in with another super chat. Thank you. Hey, Bob. Welcome. What are we doing to TriMax? Hey, Garrett. How are you? We are just continuing progress, working towards getting this running. Taught his dog to fetch beer and close the fridge door. Nice. Hey, don't knock it. Hey, the Reverend. Hey, Lewis. Where is... Uh-oh. So I know I have all the pieces. It's just figuring out where I've tucked them with all... I've been busy. That's an understatement. I've been busy. So lots of pieces moving around and getting in different spots. Where did that go? I need the other mount. Did it fall on the floor? I shouldn't say did it fall on the floor. Did a cat decide that it needed to be on the floor? See it underneath where it would have been. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep playing around here and we'll figure it out. So let's go right here. Oscar has a knack for getting right in front of that camera. At least he's not sitting on my keyboard right now. Okay, so this piece here is going to, which one is this? This is the top one. So that's good. So we need a couple of square nuts. Hey, Thomas. The moderator was looking away at the time, so I couldn't tell you for sure. I don't see moderated messages, so I don't know why. So if something gets moderated, you can always try posting what you were going to post in stream chat in the Discord and ping me when you do that, so I see it pop up. We're gonna go there, and then these are the new. This is the new little hedgehog dock. So let's see, eyes, nose, mouth, and then the little feet because it's sitting on his butt. I'm surprised how many people don't see this, Bob. So anyway, it's a whole lot easier to screw this in so these don't fall out. There is a little registration divot there and dimple there. You're sitting on the keyboard now. Orange cat don't respect the keyboard. Okay, I think these were 20s. A critter of some sort. A critter of some sort. Hey, Clown Hammer. So these just get installed loosely. Do a little more serious search for that. Oh no, I can't do that yet. I got to put magnets in here. We need magnets. We need N52 magnets. It does not matter what. Does not matter what the polarity is. Hey, buddy. put these on here. Oh, we got a little skirmish there for half a second. Let's see if I can squeeze this one in over here. There we go. So those go in. Now, these actually go about 0.4 millimeters under. So what I think I'm going to do is just put this screw on here and just do a gentle push to get them under. That's Liz. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome. Yeah, those go just under flush, according to CAD. So I'm just doing a gentle squeeze to make sure those are in, but without pushing them beyond where they should go. Go. And then over here. There. That works. Okay. So magnets are in on this side. I never put the magnets on the other side, so we still need two. And then this guy now goes up here. Bye, Felix. Oh. Oh. Apparently 25 millimeter? Yeah. Wrong size. 25s. Oh yes, they are very active. Skyrim. Did I miss first probing? Well, we haven't gotten things working yet. And welcome, Jarrett. Hey, Stuart. Okay, so that is the top piece. And then this has some adjustment. And the bottom piece in. However, maybe I should put my slot cover on there. Keep that wire out of the way. Where do I have? Let's do a fresh piece. Oh, I kicked something, which means Oscar freaks out. That's okay. So fresh piece of slot cover here. There to that there. Looks like he's carrying a sophisticated watch on his neck. Hey, flying gyroscope. How many other people are already buried in printing Christmas gifts? Oh, I should be. I should be printing stuff. I'll be working on that last second as usual. Christmas ornaments is usually the big thing. Just do Christmas ornaments for folks. Okay, this comes out here, and then we're going to make sure that slides in. Why aren't you going in? There we go. Oh. Push that up. Up. Where'd that other, there it is. Get this out of here so we can make sure that it is. Mr. V8 Rick, welcome. One Solid Cube, welcome. Malfrey, welcome. John, welcome. Actually, go this way. Get it in down here. Okay, come on. Here. Wow, that is not wanting to behave. It's wanting to bend out of the way. Let's pull a little more out here. Start from the bottom here. Get you, there you go. Get all this up inside the channel. There we go. There. Now that's all contained there and out of the way. Ah, made one of those Lego leaf Christmas wreaths. One day I'll make one of those. Hey, Kittrell. Think the Trident with the fixed gantry is a solid candidate for becoming a VZ bot one day? It should say a Trident. What's a VZ bot that got that a Trident don't? Being up on the PZ Pro, way more trouble than it's worth. What printer are you trying to put it on there, Jarrett? I've done several of them on streams in the past year or so. If you catch any of those spots where I talk about it, you might get some tips. VZBot has corner braces. Come on, Dave. Come on, Dave. I'm start calling you Kyle again. No offense to Kyle's, but only because it's a thing. Okay, that's on there, that's there. I really need to find the other piece. So let me do some searching in the miscellaneous piles of stuff that is around. Where did that missing piece go? It's not in there. It's not in there. A lot of stuff that was tossed over here. It's possible that it's in the other garage because I might have been taking some measurements for something. So maybe I'll dart over there and see if that's where it is. You know, some of these things that you just kind of assume are where you think they should be, and yeah. It does have more V and Z. Hey Joey, welcome. Arriving a bit late. It's been one of those mornings. Hey, Ken I. Hey, Oltz. Hey, Tall Murph. Welcome. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I don't think Oscar will stick around up here, but hey, Alex. I'm on my way to Formnext tomorrow. Let me go and see if I can find that missing piece real quick. I'll be right back. Found it. Well, what will be it? What printer are we going to put this on? We'll throw this on the gray Trident here. Oops. Just a second. We'll get this going. Gray Trident, I think, will be a little quicker to print this. Hey, Dave. Knocks anything down with Polymax. Yes. Could have gone. It was a few hours for me. Turned down tickets only to find I was going to be off work anyway. Oh, no. You print like 4 on edition filament. That stuff is antique. Yeah, it is. But it's a fantastic silver. It's what all the silver on here is done in. Clean the bed. Eject the filament that's in there. And we will work on some other stuff while we extrude, retract. I've been printing parts for the Delta Flyer, getting close to done. There. Oh shoot. What am I gonna hold this in? I don't have a spool holder on this printer. This will use this, and I'll deal with the drying later. Creating all kinds of a mess over here. Gray Trident has been quite a workhorse lately. Extrude. Purge. What am I missing? Alex, if you would DM me, it depends. Hey, Mark Bess. Yes, that'll be my first Delta. Never owned or built. I tell me where I got those red organizer bins in the process of all those bins are the Acro Mills, which I do I've made a little bin dividers for that are out on printables and Thingiverse. Is that purged? Extrude. Come on. There we go. It would help if you hit extrude and not retract. Okay, let me get this going. That's gonna warm up for a little bit before I start that. Figure out which part this is. Yeah, this is Acro Mills organizers, and then I have these printed inserts that let me divide them up into smaller sections. Visit those inserts again and make them Gridfinity compatible. I think you'd lose space. That thought has come up, Holtz, but I think you lose space in there. So. Hey, Delvin. I was really doing deltas when the console was a thing. Yeah, I never got into deltas at all. I mean, it's more about, I haven't built one, and deltas are really cool to watch print. It's not going to be a super practical printer right now, especially at its size, but it's going to be fun to get the experience to build. Okay, that is ready. Okay, let's see here. Let me pull up the slicer. Okay, that's fine. Here's what I've been printing. This is parts for the Delta Flyer. Trident gray. Let's see. Oh, this is a, yeah, I think I'm gonna leave that right there. Let's just trash all of this, and I just have to, because it's important. I need to see where this is gonna default to opening files from right now. Okay, we're safe. Okay, I think down here in TriMax, it should have date modified. Idler plate. Is this what I got? Hey, idler plate. Yeah, that's what we want. Now, which one do we want? This one goes to the bottom on the other side. So we want B idler plate. B idler plate. Yep, that's it. Bottom surface is right there. Let's move this up here. Slice it, dice it, and send it to the printer. Upload and print. There we go. Maybe I shouldn't visit those. Saw that video pop up. Model and printer part for a friend. So before I go too far, I do want to say, because Projects in Dad's Garage brought it up, they are doing a YouTube partner celebration stream on Saturday. So if you aren't a subscriber, go check it out. Keep an eye out for it. So congrats, Alex. Congrats. Only downside is my time between prints on waiting for it to cool down before removing ABS parts. I often risk the burns pulling the plate off and setting it somewhere to cool down quickly. So anyway, go check out Projects in Dad's Garage channel if you want to be around for a special celebratory stream. They'll be building an E3NG, Ender 3NG, start to finish. Okay, that's printing. So we can look at some of the other things I've done. So this build is quite old, relatively. So does cooling too quickly cause warping? It can have an impact on the parts. I take the risk sometimes if I feel it's okay. Cryptic, thanks for being a member for 2 months. Thanks for the stream. Don't forget to like. Yeah, don't forget to like, folks. We are way shy of 50% likes right now. Now it's insulated. It takes ages. I'll put the parts in another warm printer. Let's see. Okay, so I wanted to change the bed wiring setup. So this is a part I had modeled. This was actually a draft for a piece for the Micron that I ended up not using, but it has a little JST connector board spot for the thermistor which we'll clean up some of the wiring here for that. And then the other thing I modeled was a spacer, because I'm planning on putting nudge here in front, right in the front middle. I have lots of over travel at the front of the bed, but none at the rear. So nudge is the little probe solution that Zarancho has published that allows you to touch off in all directions to get offsets, automatic offsets from the tool heads. So nudge was back here, and I was able to reach it back here when this was in IDEX configuration with the stealth burner tool heads. Because I'm not putting it, there we go. So now that I can't reach it back there, I decided that the front middle is a fun place to put it. So, sorry. Hey Flex, welcome. I just joined. Did you explain the idlers already? Yeah, these are the Vitali CNC idlers, and I just made some custom docks for the tool heads. So custom docks that mount to the holes, to the available holes on there. What this has allowed me to do is maximize my build volume. Hey Zarp. Hey WMH. Probably a good question. Do you have to use the same nozzle on both tool heads? I don't think so. That's slicer dependent on whether the slicer can handle that or not. And I think they've added that. So those idlers in a box here waiting to install. Nice. Custom docks and some Z motors. Yes, I did space the Z motors down by 8 millimeters. Anyway, I made a adapter with some wire management to space the existing piece off. And we'll go over that install. But we can take this off and put magnets in this dock right now. Just kind of jump around because of nudge probing the outside. Yeah, I don't even have room. The nozzle is right on the edge of the bed back here. I don't even have room if I wanted to just use it as a Z probe, a Z end stop. I don't have room to hit it because the Mad Max carriage spaces everything out a few millimeters. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Okay, that's probably already. Nope, it didn't. Okay, so we take the bottom off. Actually, that'll be nice because I can leave my spacing here. I don't have to adjust my spacing. I'll leave the top 2 screws in, pull out the bottoms, because otherwise I'll lose the nuts, the embedded nuts that are in there. Could the nudge be mounted on the front corner with a Voron plate? The front corner. So the problem is I got 2 tool heads here. So I've got this area here that I can capture with both tool heads. I need both to be able to reach it. So I can't go to a front corner with that because I couldn't hit the nudge with the other tool because the dock tool will be in the way. I also forgot to put, these are designed for some washers, so I need to take this off and put some washers in. Right, but you don't have a Voron plate. You're right. Good point, Holtz, Ben, right? Many plates have a tab in the front here. I can't use that, or I have to rotate it and put the tab to a side. I am banking on not using a plate with a tab in the center here. That is a great point. I had thought about that. I just hadn't mentioned it. Okay, those coming off, and the top coming off. Now we can put some magnets in. I'm gonna take this off because I'm gonna need to put some. What if you could fit it on a side where the tab goes back? I don't know. I have this whole printer set up to use Prusa plates, which don't have a tab in the front. So now I'm going to get a couple of washers here. Put washers on here because it is a good idea to use some washers when you've got an adjustable slot like that. Spread out the load from the screw head. Only putting the docks in the top corners on the micron so you don't lose bed space unless at full Z. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can get away with that on a moving gantry, floating gantry printer for sure. One of the nice things about the Mad Max is it doesn't require you to have a Z motion for the dock. Hey Ella, welcome. Put this one back on. V0 tune-up's fun. Okay, so that's on there. I need, oh, it's 3 more magnets. Take this guy and put the magnets in. Go. And then my little flathead screw, just to make sure they're fully seated because they are under. What in the world? That screw doesn't go in there. That was a button head in the flathead bin. Okay, that's 2 button heads in the flathead bin. I just randomly grabbed out of my flathead bin. I just randomly grabbed 2 button heads out of the flathead bin. Just reaching in there and grab them, and the first 2 I grabbed were button heads. What are the chances of that? And there, I do not see a single other button head in here. Those were the only 2 button heads in here, and I grabbed both of them. That's crazy. I was wondering where in the world did I put this? What are the chances? There we go. And I'm just doing a very, very gentle touch on this. I don't want those to go too far in there. Otherwise they'll interfere with the dock. They just go in just enough. I had intended to print a little piece that I could just go full ugga-duggas to press them in, but I didn't get to it. Don't spoil my fun, Admiral Adama. Is that thing going? Yeah, it's waiting to heat up. What's up, buddy? Okay, this one can go back on here now. Probably could have used a washer or two. A washer would be too big in diameter. A washer, the washers I have are 7, and then they're 0.5 millimeters, and I need 0.4. So a washer wouldn't have been ideal for this. Hey, Traxman, welcome. Okay, so theoretically, this right side dock is done and installed. There, hold in place. Those 2 washers are waiting for this to be done. Let's play around with this. Do I have a, where did my, lots of stress marks you're never gonna see, but I'm going to get rid of them anyway. I thought I had my, I must have taken my cordless one over to the other garage. All better. Are there sensors in the dock just in case it falls off? There is a sensor, there is a switch that basically detects whether it's on the dock properly. So there's these 2 pins here are connected to the tool head. So you should be able to tell if things docked correctly, and if this falls off, then it won't have. Okay, there's 2 heat sets in the back here. This is the nudge adapter. So put 2 heat sets in there. He doesn't care about the keyboard. No keyboard awareness. 2 heat sets. This needs tightened. That one's fine. I'm going to tighten this. Just put some more tension on here. As it breaks in, I think this is just a typical something that it needs. So we'll just put more preload on the spring. Could probably use a little more, but let's get this done. A lot of tension on my fracture arm. Yeah, it has, I mean, as the joints loosen up, it has needed an adjustment once before. So I've got an interesting thing that I feel that I did with this that I'm trying out to see how it works out. I'll explain it here in a second. Just a little bit deeper. There we go. Okay, that can go out of the way. So the way this works, here's an unassembled nudge for reference. So I got 2 heat sets there, but I printed it like that, right? It was made the wire channel pretty easy to do, but what I lose is this extrusion slot indexing that's here. So this can go on, and then it helps to keep it from rotating in the slot. And that's a pretty good fit. It doesn't rotate. I modeled this piece to print like this, but then I lose the ability to index to the slot. I'm more kind of holding it in place when I tighten it down. So this goes on here like this. A little bit of the connector comes out here, so I'm hoping this works well for wire management. But what I did is I modeled in these holes here so I could take button heads. So I could take button heads and screw them in. A button head is nearly the width of the slot, but that's a lot of play. So what I did is took the 5.7 millimeters that these heads seem to be average, and just offset this to the same side. So what this is going to do is I just tighten that down. Had to be after the heat sets in because there's a slight overlap there. But what this will give is a spot now to where I can put this in. Now it'll do this, but if I just push it to one side, and in this case I modeled it so I push it up and then tighten it down, it gives me a consistent reference there to keep it parallel with the extrusion. You could, if I had room, put a third one and offset it the other way, and then you would get a perfect fit. But given that these are not super consistent, they're within 0.05 millimeters, 0.05 to 0.1 millimeters, the same in diameter. If I was on the large end of the tolerances, I didn't want to scratch up the extrusion when I bolted it in. So I figured it's reasonable, put it on there, push it up, and then tighten it down. So I did something like that for the my shelf here for the cross braces that are on there. Found out that V-slot is very close in profile to an M4 button head. Is very close to an M4 button head. So I'm using M4 button heads as locating features to center things on the V-slot. Yes? Okay, so that goes there, and we'll see how we are. Let's pull the nudge off of the printer, the nudge that's on here. So let's pull that off, and what size screws are in here? So this is the wobbler. These, nope, they're 2.5s. There we are. Hi, Felix. Hey, Daniel. Hey, Leonard. Not so much the snugness of the joints, the balance of the whole assembly. It takes a bit of fiddling to find the sweet spot where one still. Oh, the fracks, yeah. Okay, so here is an assembled. Here's an assembled piece with there's a spacer here. I don't remember why I wanted or needed the spacer. I don't recall. But this one is all correct. Now the question is, do we want to assemble one of these from scratch today? These come out. Rectangular slot sides part with pins that fit into the main part. You could. You can do all kinds of things for this. That's just another little solution to that indexing problem. Oh, that's starting to print. That's good. Are you sitting on the part that I want? No. Where did it go? It's not there. Oh, there it is. What's the most practical for everyday printing Voron to build? My preference is a Trident. If you want a practical, you got size options, you've got ease of assembly, ease of maintenance. Reth agrees. Daniel, thanks for the gifted memberships. I am going to use this as a test, and then we'll decide whether we're going to build a new one on stream or not. So I think I need some 25 millimeter. Oh no, I need a socket head. I think I had decided that a 25 millimeter is the correct. Yeah, looks like it. So that's going to go like that. For Trident to IDEX, a tool changer later if you decide. Very versatile. Yep. And then I wanted to be able to tighten this down pretty good. So those go right to the end there. Now we get to see how good I was at measuring this stuff. My track record is spotty. So let me get the T-nuts out of here and reuse them. Oh, just barely. Nice. I can put them in this way so they're not visible, right? So the spacing between that hole and that indexing is just right, just barely, to be able to do that, I think. We have an active print going on. See if the camera's working. There we go. Yep. We got that print starting. Where's Felix? Where's Felix? Okay. Let's go. So I did these for 12 millimeter. I'll do 12 millimeter button heads. Yeah. Wellington. Okay. So that, I don't like that the connector sticks straight forward, but I can't really do anything about it. So 2 heads, a couple more shouldn't be too bad. So that sticks right out there. Not perfectly centered, but our point right now is to see if I did this right. Yes, I think that'll work. Barely. It doesn't stick up as far as it did back there. Why is that? All of this should be the same. I can adjust the pin to go up further. And really it should be like 1/2 millimeter further out. I think that would work. Here, oh, I don't have my multimeter in here. It's in the other garage. know about the kind of printer, but the looks of it are great. Love the orange. I see 2 print heads. Yep, this is a tool changer, DJ. This is a tool changer. I can space it out with this because that would still work. It's the same profile there. Let's see if that'll, it's too much though. This is like 5 millimeters. That's too much. Okay, I am going to tweak this. Doesn't matter right now. We're not going to actually use it, but I'm going to do the exact same design, but I'm going to tweak it out by 0.5 millimeter. I think it would actually trigger, but I just want to make sure. So, hey, John. We're not going to worry about that right now. It's very, very close. Just a tiny little space. I'll just make this part 0.5 millimeter bigger. Do you have your filament profiles anywhere with all the if statements for nozzle size and pressure advance? I don't have any of that, D-Max. Anything I have would have been from like Jonte's better print start macros. If you search for JONTE GitHub, you'll find them. I could toss a washer in. That's exactly the amount of space that I need, Holtz, but then I would lose the indexing. I would lose the indexing of that part. So yeah, since I only need, I mean, like literally 0.5 millimeter would make me comfortable with that. But otherwise, that looks pretty decent. Just for fun. I'm going to be replacing it anyway, but that is going to go there. Perfect. And then this should, let's make sure. Yep, we can get to the front of it. We can get easily to the front of it. So I don't want to have to go to absolute min. But we can get that's in here. Well, that's interesting. Does that touch? It does. That is interesting. We don't want to go any closer than that. But what I'm noticing. So watch the idler here, it's bouncing this. But I'm looking on the other side, the idler here just touches my dock, just touches the dock. I could put a little notch here just to make sure it doesn't do that. There's nothing there that stops me from removing that little bit of material. If it becomes a problem, then I will look at that, but we don't need to be that far forward to dock. Yeah. What are we at? Okay, that is progressing nicely. So these go over here. Nope, I don't want to, I'll leave that on the tool head there, the carriage. Next thing, going through all these little things, is looking at the umbilicals. So all this back here is making sure that we have adequate wire here, and that's a little tight, so I'm gonna shift this over. Take some wire, pull it through the not fully tightened zip ties. They are close though. A little bit more here, or when I'm at the far corner here, we're not pulling on this too much. Hey, Ray. Good morning. Haven't chatted in a while. How are you? Let's see. Just want to make sure I want even a little bit more than that. I'm going to Germany again tomorrow morning. Flying out and be there a week. There we go. That all looks okay. Okay, that's not pulling that too hard. So let's pull this off. Just kind of set it over on this other dock. It's gonna barely hang there, but let's go grab this other one. Let's see how we are. What did I just drop? Oh. I don't know if you can see it there. What does anybody think that is? What is that right there? Any guesses? Come visit Switzerland. I'm going to be very close to Switzerland, Zarp. I'm going to be very close to Switzerland. It's not candy. Despite what some others may say, that's not candy. Just me. And hey, Sean and Laura. Planning any type of steel wired set to help with the cable tag? I don't know. I'm hoping that the a PTFE will help. Finish the house. That's awesome. It's an Eero treat. Yep, that's an Eero treat. So let's fix that. Let's fix that. I've been moving the gantry around, and what that is indicating is that it fell out of one of these. So, and I will admit, there's not a drop of Loctite on there. We'll fix that too. Oops. We are Loctite in my little cap. Get me a little bit of paper towel just in case. I am busted. Yep. I didn't put Loctite on it. Let's see which one this is. Let's see. Nope, not that one. It's got to be this one then. Yep, that's it right there. Okay. Spotted it before it caused any problems for future me. This is true. These are not the pulleys and stuff that I had on here before. So did I say that I was going to... That is aligned really well. I don't feel like I need to change the alignment, so... This isn't the steppers that was on here before, so... Go nice and tight. Let's move this over. Let's go ahead and pull this one out. Oh, I know what happened. When we put this all together, I think I said I was going to do final alignment. I never tightened that second grub screw at all. So that's what I get for saving that for future me. Yep, I'm checking them all. Yep. That's the problem with saving things for future. Yeah, see, this one isn't tight, but it's the second. I snugged the flat, the one that goes on the flat, and I didn't tighten the second one at all, and that's the one that fell out. I do want to shift this one up just a hair. So let's grab our ball in. This one is snug. Down just a hair. There we go. Right in the center. So now we can put this other one on. Oops. Tight. And this one out. Oh. Okay, all fixed. All fixed. So part of that was checking all the way up, forward. So now this one, we were checking the just a hair. A little bit more. This is better. So I think I'm going to twist this wire to where it has a tendency to go up instead of down, and then tighten this zip tie a little more. There we go. I don't know how much that's going to make a difference. Do the same on this one. Tighten that down. I'll consider those done. Now what I did for this is I modeled some new wire clips with two spots in there for the cables. How close is the gantry to the back of the other tool head when you're at nudge? Right on it there, Holtz, but I think it's okay. It's not pushing on it, but it is right there. Very close. I take that back. I've got about 4 millimeters of clearance from the belts. I think I was checking the something else. I don't remember what I was checking. Okay, so anyway, I made these so to better hold, hopefully better hold these umbilical cables, and I'll use them along the sides here because there's 2 cables going out, down each side, but I only need the singles for up here. So that's gonna go, hey buddy, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do treats. Want a treat? There you go. It is treat time. I mean, I know I'm encouraging him bugging me for treats, but I don't mind. Oh, you dropped it. Felix is missing out. I love that. One more. You're getting so good about not biting. Good cat. Yeah, he hasn't had his claws trimmed in a while too. He's lethal. I still have the spot. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good about those. Cut the zip ties here. Then we're going to the back side. Okay, and then I'm going to take a single, so one of the single ones here, which has some ABS stress marks on it. So I'm going to get rid of those real quick. Small part, hold it with tweezers. There we go. So I want this probably somewhere around there. Go in the middle. This goes here. Oh, put it on the top one here first. So that's going to go straight over. Go right here. There we go. Some straight across the back there. Bob, totally unrelated to printer topic. You had commented a while back I was having some UPS problems. I think I confirmed this morning batteries are done. Generally on the APC supplies, are they replaceable? Is it possible to replace them? Just to get pushed up a little bit. See, are definitely replaceable. Cool. Yeah, it's due for replacement. Okay, so that's there. And then, so now along this other side, I'm gonna replace these clips with the dual ones because I have two, basically I have two things coming down here. So. Well, I've had one major UPS problem, John. Had one major UPS problem. But yes, I still prefer UPS over FedEx. Okay, so now here, how do I get a good view here? Is this a good view? Okay, I am going to run the cable through this gap in this CNC gantry. I am going to intentionally push on the wire to where it pushes, it ends up out in the middle of this space and has no chance of rubbing on belts or pulleys. In general, they're not really close anyway. Even if I pulled tight, I don't know that it would actually rub. But if I push on this just a little bit, it'll force it away from where it could possibly rub. Give me model numbers and I'll get you data on what you need and how. Awesome, thank you. Tribent was UPS. Tribent was UPS. Makes sense considering the FedEx package shipped, you end up delivered in a completely different city. Hey, my print finished. Hopefully it's of adequate quality. Okay. So now we're going to put some of these 2-hump ones in here. So let's just shift this out of the way. Get this one probably. That looks probably okay right there. Which way do I want this to go? I think it can go that way. That'll be fine. Shift this down a little bit. Yeah. There. Let me get a few more of these. Dumped them all. Dumped them all in my thing over here. The only shipping company I've never had issues with is FedEx. Yeah, over here, FedEx is highly dependent on what hubs your package goes through. Some of them are better than others. And for a long time, the one here in Sacramento was absolutely horrid. Let's see how far apart these are. So about 100 millimeters. About 100, 105. Yeah, that looks good. Just so they're somewhat evenly spaced. 105. 105. There we go. Okay, so this is going to go up here, and that's going to go right there. I need these to go to the front because I think with this dual hub one, I think I'll interfere with the dual hump one. I think I'll interfere with the back panel if I put the head of the zip tie to the back. There we go. That's right. Yeah, all shipping companies have had their issues. That's for sure. Honestly, the not common opinion is because of my location, DHL has been the most reliable for me, which is not atypical. Okay, hopefully I don't have other things to run through here, but that is pretty clean. That is pretty clean. So that's for that side. That side wiring is done. Do I have my little cover? Yep. My little cover back in place. Corner cover. One thing that makes DHL pretty good for me is being in California. The overseas shipments usually come through LA. They go LA to San Francisco to Mather here in Sacramento. It's on. So that's a fairly quick little route. It works. Okay, this side, take that off. Let's see, this is gonna go through the through the regular Trident slot here. I don't know if I'm even gonna bother covering that, because I don't know that I can do it super clean. I might do something slim that just kind of holds it right there in the silver print, but I'm not gonna worry about it right now because that can be dealt with afterwards. But the big point is that both of these, I'm sending them through passages that are large enough for any of the connectors to go through. So I'm not trapping anything. Okay, so, oh, this one up here, that's in place. One that goes right here. This one, we'll put it at the same spot. That's, the middle of it is 50. How, it's so funny how you don't feel like you moved it at all, but it's a significant amount. There we go. Let's get a similar zip tie over here. I don't like any, unless it's printed and it's split, I don't like any of the PG7 or whatever style mounts. You can't get a connector through it, so you have to cut things when you need to service it. So, okay, so that is on there. Now we got this one. So this is gonna go right there. Plug is good replacement for the PG7 stuff. Ever used it? Is it printed? Is it split and printed? I may have, but I'm not recognizing the name. Okay, so that is looking pretty even on both sides. I like it. That's right there, that's right there. Split and printed. So I probably used that on the Micron then. So at the gantry, I did something that was split and printed, and I did it in TPU. Okay, out of those zip ties, let me grab another bag of them. Oh, these have to come off. All these single ones, and replace them with doubles. There. Either zip ties or bolts. Yep. Those are what I used on the Micron then. This was 105 millimeters. Go. And then another to the bottom. Perfect. Here, Chapman. I use those on the Micron then. Let's see where one of my back burner projects is zip tie organization. I have so many different zip ties. Those aren't even the same. This is what I'm using. Very badly need to clean things up. Okay, so that goes there. Just need to make sure that tucks up there, that's there. Make sure we're not rubbing against any metal. Go. There. And one more. Yeah, I don't know if a series of tubes or trays sized for them. Zip ties are, I'm not sure what the best way to organize them is. Missed most of those. There we go. This guy can go back on. Oh, these can go away. This was the old setup for the Tridex. And that was effective. Effective in every way but what my actual goal was. The little piece of plastic is still in there. There we go. Okay, this guy can go on. Okay, we are getting there. This guy is not happy. Let's get that closer to happy. There we go. Get this guy off and store him in the carriage. And let's get this together. Printed part, please be of good quality. It looks good. Ow, hot, 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 hot. There we go. Ooh. Okay, a little bit of heat gun. Not gonna see it, but I didn't purge the old filament quite enough. There's a very slight tint of green there. But the print turned out good. So let's get square nuts. Two square nuts. Got an hour and a half until we're doing our usual giveaway of Polymaker filament. Oh, a little tight in there. There is a difference between this and the other prints. I think it'll be okay. As long as these will, yep, get pushed. Yep, they pushed enough. Two 20mm button heads. These guys back here. Yep. Okay, so, and the washers. Oh, and then 25 millimeter. 25s to attach this. Oh no, not 25s. What in the world? Why did I think 25s? Are they 16s? No. 20s. Do you have an unusual? I could. What in the world is going on here? I am puzzled. What size screws am I supposed to be using here? Oh, 16s for these. Okay. 16s. 16s for these. 20s for these. There we are. Okay. Yeah, a little bit of green tint. This guy now goes up in here. Now, hold on. I did notice that this chamfer here is supposed to clear the this little any variation in this print here, and on the other one it did touch. So I've just been scraping across here just to make sure it doesn't interfere. So just a little scrape. Not much, just a little. Now that'll go in there, and oh. Then these guys can go on here. Wanting to start a stream where I design and then make a new printer design. Well versed in design and simulation, all things mechanical. Any tips on the stream side and how to show it off? Tips on the stream side. These should have actually been, what in the world am I doing? I think these should have been 20. Yeah, these should have been 20. I think the tips I would have on streaming are all centered around just kind of doing what you can. I think a key to success is consistency. And don't expect to have a perfect setup right off. Kind of let your setup evolve. Oh yeah, get a cat. If you don't have a cat, get a cat. Or a dog. You know, anything. Okay, so now that'll adjust there. So now we can take the tool head. What I've been doing is moving this over and then kind of adjusting vertical to line up the screw head. So it should go right there. So basically this needs to go as far up as it'll go. So I'm holding that up. Holding it level. Let's see. There we go. It's perfect. That was actually a lot easier than it was to adjust this one. So I should be able to move this in get it in spot, and then pull back, and it'll pull into the dock like it did. So. Perfect. Okay, both docks are in, and I'm liking these. I like the way it looks. I like that it's slim. I'm very much happy with that over that. Time for victory coffee. Yes. Yeah, so that goes there, goes in, and then locks in. Then we come over here, and we come in, undock. If we go back in, and pulls back, yeah, that'll work. That will work. And like I said, I am very pleased with how that looks. And I am at basically X1 to line that up. So I'm maximizing my space. We see here, you'll see I'm right on at end there. So okay. See, you guys are coming. That's funny. That's funny. Okay. Where did we leave off on wiring? So tool heads are hooked up. Oh, I can get rid of these clips. There's some clips on the back gantry here. Those can go away. And some T-nuts back here. We used a Euclid probe on this previously. Those can go away. All of this is together, that's there. I am somewhat concerned about the umbilicals. Let's see how those settle out. Let's look at, I think let's get this flipped over and look at our electronics. So, tools cleaned up here. Hey, Keith. Hey, Turbo. Way. And so I don't forget, I am using the Mandela kinematic bed mounts, which don't secure the bed. So I use a clamp. Not very proud of myself for remembering. Actually, I think I'll leave that right there. Yeah. Very proud of myself for remembering to get this clamped into place. There. Lazy Susan is nice. Did I ever show you guys the underside of this? I'm gonna move this around anyway, so. So that's what I modeled this, just a quick sketch in Fusion, and then cut this out on the Shapeoko. These are spots where I could put inserts here to hold the ring in place, but it's a good enough friction fit right now. So, and then I did put a hole dead center so I can use that to locate this thing again if I want to put any features around the outside, like stops. Yeah, I was Bob fluenced. We were talking about Lazy Susans and the bearings that are available, and yeah, so. Okay, let's set this thing up there. I want a discarded dock is a good spacer. Go. Okay. That will work. Here, where did we leave off on this? So this is still a bit of a mess for my taste, but we have our umbilicals coming in. Got that. Oh, I need to run. I need to make a jumper from can to the can port here. So let's do that. I need yellow and green wires because that's what we're going to use. Yellow and green wire. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Kenneth. You also do it with router and a circular accessory. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I need a short little pieces of this. I guess that'll work. Yellow and green. I really only need these to go here to here, but I'll have them go down to the thing. So we'll make these some length here. Go. So over here. It's up on the way. If I make it to Rocky Mountain, can you bring me one? I can't promise anything like that, Alex. My project list is so long. It's just not reasonable for me to add anything to it. Okay. Let's see here. I need to check a couple of things. I don't know on the octopus here if the sequence, the pinout. So what I'd like to check, do I have an octopus around here that I can just look at the board? Do I have an octopus around here that I can just look at? I don't know. I'd like to see. I would like to see what I want to keep the color, wire colors in order consistent so it's easy to track. If you have available wall storage space, tubes is the best idea. Yeah. What is that there? Oh, there's an octopus. I see it. I see it. I just need to get to it. Yep. Woohoo. Ah, this is Trident stuff. Okay. So, let's see if this is labeled on here at all. Okay. Aha, good. It is labeled. So we look at the RJ12 output, we have can low and can high. So if we set this like this, I've got can high as yellow and can low as green. So JST EH and strippers, crimpers. Okay, there's one. Ah, I failed. I failed. It's twisted on me. It's okay. You can fix that. Ideally, I need something that's portable. Ideally, I need something that's portable that I can take around, have the right size zip tie at the ready. If V0 will get an update in the near future, I need to repair mine the last time just as I finish the kit. No matter what I tell you, Andres, the same outcome will occur, right? There we go. No matter what I tell you, isn't it going to be the same outcome? Okay, so this one is green. For the zip ties, my head went to clear tubes with full flip top lids. You think you're going to get to clipper it all today? I think so. I think so. I want to get to the point where I'm powering things on, make sure we don't let any magic smoke out, and start flashing the tool heads. Remember, we're running one of them. We are running one of them CAN and one of them USB. What's up, buddy? Hey, DJ. Did you get an email about a gifted sub there, DJ? I like that YouTube does use them all, even if it means sending them to a viewer who may not be online at the moment. Okay, now we need to figure out what the pinout is on the adapter board, just to confirm. So let's go. Dude. ETT Wiki. It did? Awesome. What's up, buddy? Yes. I get little short bits of holding him. Okay, are you loading? Yeah, it's working on it. And Big Tree Tech, EBB series, and 36 Gen 2. will you be building? Will I be building what? I always build. It's in my name. Can I go there? A Prusa wire. I am not planning on building a Prusa wire at the moment. Okay, scroll down, 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 down. Here we go. So can high is here, can low is there. So how does that match with how this goes? Yellow, can high. Do I have, what did I do for that one? What did I say? Yellow is can high. Cool. Yellow is can high on both sides. So here we go. So it goes the same way in both. So this will be an interchangeable cable, luckily. Didn't want it to be. It's hard to get a hold of these boards right now. Full disclosure, Big Tree Tech did send these to me. I did ask for them. I said, hey, I've got a project. These are new. I'd like to try them. So they did send them to me. Yellow sun, green grass. I like that. There we go. And one more. Reorder on all. Popular at the moment for vendor to keep stock. Yeah. Okay. Where did the thing go? Where? Oh, there it is. So if that goes that way, that is high, yellow high. That goes right there like that. One goes like that. Those should be the same, and they are. Tick. Form next starts in 2 days. You see a Core 1 index. I hope so too. It'll be interesting. I hope it is a easy upgrade to the current Core 1. That's my big hope. Okay. Make sure we have a good twist on this. I have to buy a dishwasher this month too, Ella. I feel the pain. Okay, so there's our little CAN cable. This is going to plug in right here. So I had colored this connector with a Sharpie. It's a little faint, but it's there. This is gonna go under all of these. I am waiting to see if there are any Black Friday specials on dishwashers before I actually buy. Okay, it'll get cleaned up, get incorporated into some of the other wiring stuff here in a bit, but that's plugged in. Integration is definitely, so integration on index is going to be the key thing across the board. Across the board. They're probably going to have a limited number of configurations that are directly supported, but it does seem to be intended to be a adaptable system. Dogs make great dishwashers. Hey, Brent. Okay, what is left? I don't really need fans to be plugged in right now. I need to make sure. I should probably run my bed wiring, redo the bed wiring. Let's do that real quick. Some wire for that. So we need some long enough wires to run the bed signals. Probably do red and black. There's a black. It's not long enough for red. It's not long enough. Let's see. You know what? We might be able to get both of them out of here. What's this? Oh yeah, that's long enough. Go. Did I just get that? Just got that from some bundle. Which one was it? This one. We're gonna have to run a new end stop wire for the nudge as well, but that's not necessary to get firmware stuff started. Okay. The red cat, Oscar is not curious. He's just waiting because he knows if he pays attention to me, I reward him with treats. So these are the adapter boards for the tool heads. So these are part of the Big Tree Tech EBB 36 Gen 2 setup. So these are both CAN or USB compatible. We are going, for just the sake of the experience of setting up, we will be configuring one as CAN and one as USB. Dude, that's my wire, not yours. My wire, not yours. He's in an extra playful mood at the moment, it looks like. Okay, small gauge wire into wrong size terminal, port terminals. Make sure that'll go in. Okay, so as small as I can possibly get are these. I need a couple of these. Did you hear back from them about what you were asking them about last stream? I don't remember. I don't remember. Where did I put? Oh, you're right. Jump. Okay, so the idea here is to strip an extra bit of this. You know what? Do I have enough? Should I even bother with this, or should I just use some heavier gauge wire because it's easier to deal with? I have a bunch of this. Let me see. I'm going to use heavier gauge wire for this, just because it's easier to deal with. Easier to crimp into these, and it's not going to be as likely to break. So I may have been asking if I could share one board between two tool head boards, one adapter board, but we determined that that would not be That would not work. Okay, I'm gonna use this heavier gauge wire because it'll be a whole lot easier to deal with crimping. Hey, Robin. Voltage around 24 volts. This is 24 volt system, yes. I'm really on OCD enough to make sure my spade ferrule connectors all match the polarity. I don't have, I mean, these are colored for the size of the wire they're intended for. So it's not quite as easy once you throw some heat shrink over them. Plus 19 volt system. High voltage panel there on IEC. Where can I find that? Oh, this here? That's something I came up with a while back just to keep fingers away from the exposed contacts in there. That might be out on my GitHub. You bought 18 gauge red black pairs. Oh, nice. For the fork and ring terminals, that'd be handy. If you have a source for those, let me know. I am down for that. Okay, this is gonna go up. Here. Let's go ahead and plug these in. If I don't there, Ella, just ping me in the Poke Steve channel and I can upload it. What do we got here? Red. I'll dig it up and send it. Thank you. Appreciate it. One. And two. These will come up and around this way, down, over to here. So not that much. Then I don't really want to twist these. One, it's heavier gauge wire, and two, it doesn't really need it. But I do want them to be kind of a cable. So instead of using the joined pairs, I'm just going to grab some heat shrink and stitch it together every few inches. Let's find this side. Nope, not that size. Next size up, maybe this one. That'll work. So two. Okay. I will, so Ella, there's a chance that I'm not gonna be able to deal with that until after I get back from Formnext, but if I don't before Formnext, then feel free to remind me when I get back. Today is going to be a ridiculous busy day after stream. Hey, Nogarut. So I'm just gonna cut these into little tiny sections. Do is put them on here just to, no rush, awesome. but remind me. So today is going to be, I am far further along packed than I would normally be, but I've got a lot of things I want to get done before the trip, and then just making sure that I don't forget anything. I really could use my cordless, heat gun. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab it. I know it's in the other garage. Okay. Cordless heat gun could be a flamethrower. You're right. We'll just put these every little bit. Hey Zarp, I'm going to be there for Form Next. I will be there. I will be in country on Tuesday. That's a good point, Tuxedo. That is a good point. Unless you use it very wrong or it fails catastrophically, then it could be true. About sharing pin for Z. Oh, that's it. I did not check that, Ben. I remember that now. I did not get to checking that. But that, I think, is a clipper thing. I don't think that's a Big Tree Tech thing. Then this just helps so much for wire management. And then just one more. Just one more will be enough. Okay, now this comes around. Come under stuff. Okay, and then we have we got red and black. There we go. Okay. That one there, and that one there. All this cleaned up, but getting stuff in the right plugged spot. I guess this can plug in. Where are we going to plug that in? It doesn't need to go there. Let's plug it in here. It's closer. There we go. Oh. Okay. What else am I missing? So bed is plugged in. Steppers are all plugged in. CAN is connected. USB is connected. Power to both toolboard adapters. Will you be at Smurf next year? Yep, I will be. I will be. I've got my hotel reserved. I've been keeping an eye on flights. The site said flight prices were typical, so I'm just kind of keeping an eye out, see if I can capture it when they might be lower than normal. But I am planning on being at Smurf. Relatively efficient trip. Get there a day or so before and leave right after. Okay. Make sure all these are. Make sure everything's snug. Okay. You fly direct to Manchester? Yes. Hey, Kevin. I mean, the direct is definitely a, I mean, I'm sure there will be a, nothing is direct from Sacramento. So there will be some stopover somewhere here in the US, but yeah. Okay, let's just make sure, double check power. So power, 24 volts is going to the Wago distribution, which goes to the board. 24 volts is going to the tool head adapter, and then we're daisy chaining power for the tool head adapters. Ground is going directly to the Octopus and to the adapters. Power for the Pi is unchanged. And we did all the jumpers on the boards last week. So, was there last year representing the Unis race team, but this time I'll be coming as a 3D printing fan. Awesome. It's in a way better building this year. Yeah, it's in the same basic spot, but just a different building, right? Because last year's building was not ideal. Didn't think I would make it today. It's my 13th wedding anniversary. Congrats. Congrats while we have you here. Okay. Get this. I don't know, we're down here. Power. Are we ready? Oh, okay. It's off. Let's plug this thing in. Across the road in the new engineering building. Cool. Take a raincoat. Yeah. I'm hearing from Stefan that we probably expect snow in Germany this week or next week. So I'm just trying to line up the maximum smoke viewing angle. There we go. Are we ready? I think so. Let's do it. Okay, we got lights. Why do I have a blue light there and a red light there? We should have a blue light down here. That must be USB. Is that USB? Why don't I have? That's 5 volts. So that's a 5 volt, and the 3.3 volt line is lightly lit. Those are not. Is that because it doesn't need to be, or what? It might be the difference between CAN and USB. Yep. Yep. Not going to worry about it yet. We'll keep a note. We still have snow, some snow here in Switzerland. Okay, powered on. So we should be able to go to, we're gonna have to change its name, but for right now, we're gonna go visit Trident. Or Tridex. There we go. What? Oh, I went to tridex.com for some reason. Okay. We have a active clipper instance that is probably woefully out of date. So let's see where we're at. Let's do, what do we have for, let's see. What is the OS version on here? Hoping to go over to Sweden close to Christmas. Nice. So many updates. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All of this. None of this is going to be happy. We're all the way back at Clipper 0.12. It's probably not that far back. So let's do here. Update all. We're going to hit the update button. Start the update. Oh, preparing error updating main cell. So I get this all the time. It's very irritating. Let's try that again. Sometimes it works on the second try. There we go. This is going to take a little bit. This is going to take a little bit. While we're waiting on that, I'm prepping for the stealth changer build. Prepping for the stealth changer build, I decided to do a color change. This is the V2, the blue V2 that I built almost 4 years ago. The coffee delivery system, coffee's empty, so now I get to switch to water. You are not incorrect there, Norgorat. Anyway, I'm doing a color change on the blue V2 that's going to become the stealth changer. Let's see if I have fun parts to demonstrate this. There we go. That'll work. So here is here is actually, so here is the change to the carbon fiber, 8% carbon fiber, light gray Polymaker, and that's from the gray, light gray ASA I was using before. Where's a piece of that? So it's a bit of a change to begin with. So this is the color was before. I went to the carbon filled stuff because one, it's new, and the other, it's a lot easier to hide imperfections in this light filament that is so easy for them to show up. So yeah, a little bit of a, like you said, stone gray there. This is the Lulzbot green, or Lulzbot filament KVP that I used before, but I'm switching to, okay, if I grab 4 different fan ducts, switching to this. And as soon as you put those next to each other, this just starts getting interesting. So this is rat rig green, glass fiber ASA from 3DO. So, and it has made things a whole lot easier just to go with on the prints. This does turn a little mustard. That's what I was thinking too. So anyway, color changes to this. I'm pretty pleased with it. I've got many of the parts printed. You start getting this in here, and that's what our color combo is going to be. It is very bright. It's hard actually to get on camera well. So I've been printing those. I've got quite a bit of the printing done. Yeah, and then you look at, so I'm going to be using this pop green from Polymaker for the Delta Flyer build, and it's just kind of interesting. That's green, but then you throw in something like that, and this starts to look yellow. Printed my Torkin rat rig green, they call it gooey green. Nice. Color combo reminds me of a sports trainer. Oh. Stealth changer? Yeah. Stealth changer is the next build. 5-tool tool changer for V2. Been working with Stealth Changer team and helping give feedback on the documentation. Considering doing ant head versus 84T for my TriMax. Curious your thoughts between them. I would suggest a slimmer tool head for your TriMax Holtz. I think we figured it's like 13 millimeters narrower than the A4T. So where I'm gonna have a 25 millimeter by 75 millimeter exclusion zone on each side, you could get that down to 10 by 75 or something. So, here we go. Did that finish all of them? It did. Rat rig green and gray on a Stealth Changer build is what I'm currently sourcing. Nice. Cascade is moving. Cascade has not cut anything yet. So I just got to get past this flurry of projects that have to be done in this next little bit, and I'll get back on Cascade stuff. Okay, everything is up to date. We wanted to make sure, big thing is we wanted to make sure we were on the latest clipper before we start updating and looking at these tool head boards. So we are on Bullseye. I'm not going to update the image on the Pi right now, but if it seems worth it, I may do that later. If we hit refresh again, we're still good. Yes, we are still good, Killer Prince. I am expecting to have the rest of the stuff printed as soon as I get back. So I expect, oh, let's see, let me make sure Stream Chat is up here. Yeah, I expect to have the rest of that printed. I was running into some print quality issues on that pop green, but I think I've got it mostly sorted. I've found the red red green ABS prints it a bit uneven in color, some yellow lines. I'm wondering if the temperature is affecting color. I don't know, but this isn't from them. This is 3DO, and it's the glass fiber stuff, and I haven't noticed any inconsistencies. Okay. Everything, oh, we didn't update system packages. We don't really, I'm not gonna take the time. How are we doing on likes? We have over 50% likes. That's good. But if you haven't, if we could get over 200 likes before 27 minutes from now that we give away some filament. You've had the 3DO stuff too, it's much better. Yeah, I've got some larger, like these are door buffer parts and I don't detect any color inconsistencies. These are the door buffer parts for the stealth changer. So yeah. Anyway. Hey Raj. Okay, did I put, I had to have put catapult. Let's see what we did here. Let's bring up command prompt. Let's SSH. SSH in. And let's see what we have here. See what we have here. We have catapult on here, which means I probably put catapult on the octopus. So let's go into Clipper and make clean. Oops. Make clean. There we go. Make menu config. Wow, I am. Stretch the fingers. See you, Willie Nelson. Thank you. Hey, Jeff. So we got RP2040 here. So we're gonna go to, what's going on there? Okay. STM and always go here to canbus.esoterical.com and we want mainboard and common mainboard hardware, and we want Big Tree Tech Octopus. Now, which one? Oh, I can see it. Let me see which one I have. So this is an octopus with a 446. So printed on this big chip here, 446. So we're gonna go here to 446. Did I pass it up? Was it the first one? There it is. And we are in USB to CAN bridge config. So we want the Clipper config. I've already put catapult on here. So we just need the Clipper config here. So let's get that down towards the bottom of the screen so I can see it. Go here. So this is the 446. Where is that? There it is. And then 32K, 12 megahertz crystal. This is USB to CAN bus bridge. And PD0, PD1. Get rid of that. Okay, so that is our config matching. Didn't miss anything, right? Quit, save it. And then if we go back to the docs, we're going to scroll down to updating, and we want to update CAN bridge mainboard updating. So let's go through here. Let's stop the clipper service. Then we need our mainboard UUID. If you already have a functional CAN setup and your MCU CAN bus UUID is in your printer config, then you can force Catapult to reboot into Catapult mode by running this. Let's grab this and paste that there. Go to config. And our MCU is not in CAN to bridge mode. Why is it? Oh, it's not. I don't know that this one has Catapult on it. I don't know that this has Catapult on it. How can I tell? Here, I can tell. Let's go here. I don't know that it does. So we can go here and let's. Zoid. Make. Where can you find the numbered tool heads for Stealth Changer? Royco, go to the, I think it's in the Stealth Changer repo itself. Go to the user mods, and Traxman did the numbered ant head boards. Okay, let's do ls/dev/serial/by ID. So this is our, it did not compile yet. I know I didn't, Andres. It's okay. Just let me go through the process. I understand. That wasn't the step yet, though. I could be missing something, but I'll get there. Okay, so if this has Catapult on it, then I should be able to double tap the reset button and it will go into Catapult mode. And where is the reset button on this thing? Is that it on the end there? Where is the reset button? I thought it was up in here somewhere. What is this guy? Where is, oh, no. Is there a reset button on these? You should be able to double tap it to, is that the one on the end? If I do that, and then do this, it is not in, that didn't do it. I don't know that Catapult is on here. If it's not, we just need to put it on here. I just wanted to check. Yeah, if it's just in Clipper mode, it'll say Clipper, but if it's in Catapult mode, it'll say Catapult. What does this say on the, let's open a new, or we can bounce back and forth, that's fine. If we go here to hardware and Octopus, it'll say DFU mode, put the Octopus, oh, does this not have a way to put the Octopus into DFU mode? Yeah, I know about the jumper, but I thought there was a, there's no reset button to put it into catapult mode? Okay, well, I don't think it's gonna hurt to redo it. So if we do here, if we do LS USB, we will see our 446 board. If we go over here, double click reset does catapult it, but where is the reset button? I thought there was, am I just completely missing it on the board, or is it the one on the end? If it's the one on the end of the board, if it's this guy, oh, there it is. Press the reset button. So I did that and it didn't put it into, just me, is there an echo? Yes, I did that. It didn't put it into catapult mode. So we are going to go through the process of putting catapult on here. So you need to put in the boot jumper and press the reset button. So that one's off. That one needs a jumper. You know, sometimes, forget it, second YouTube window popped up. What? Sometimes you just gotta let me struggle for a little bit. Put in the boot jumper, hit the reset. So there we go. So put in the boot jumper, hit the reset. Now we have a STM device in DFU mode. And we are gonna go over to catapult. And we're going to go here. Double clicking the reset button will only put it in catapult mode if catapult is installed. I don't think it is on here. I got it confused with another board. Let's see. So now catapult config is what we want to put here. So we're going to go STM 446. Hey, Troy. Taking a short break from outdoor chores, but not too long. Days are getting shorter and temps lower. Okay, we want to build this with the 32K bootloader, 12 megahertz crystal, and we do want USB on PA11 for this. 32K offset. We don't need to do any of that. Support bootloader, enable status LED, and PA13 here. PA13. Quit, yes. Just make sure that's cleaned up. Now we're going to come down to mainboard flashing. Not using CAN, are you? So do you need catapult? I am using CAN on one of the tool heads. It does make management easier though, even on USB, if the Octopus was in USB mode. It does make it easier. I'm not going to assume that all of this is done. So let's do this real quick. Because I don't remember exactly where we're at and it's not going to hurt. So let's just run this real quick. Just follow the instructions. Had more to do than I thought it would. Oh, is this doing all of those updates that the main cell would have done? The main cell interface? Yeah, exactly. That's okay. we wanna start from a good foundation here, right? Since I have room, I think I'm going to go a full millimeter out on this tool head board. I mean, on the nudge. I mean, space it out another millimeter. Oop. Hey Ken, welcome. Wrong pipe. I made progress on my shed. While this is doing this. Excuse me. Part of the installing the electrical in the shed requires me to, here, let's do a little look-see. Requires me to clean up or to protect the wiring. So this is the wiring prior to work last weekend. So before the electrical permit can be finalized, I had to either run things in conduit or put up interior walls. So that's before. I had to straighten out some of the studs. So the stud was twisted, which caused the electrical outlet that was on that stud to not sit straight. So I put in some cross bracing to straighten things out. And then got some wall covering up. I'm using birch plywood. Turned out pretty good. And then of course, Oscar took a ride on the Lazy Susan. He wasn't quite sure what was going on. It's kind of funny. And then he decides, okay, I've had enough. That's enough. Use that little setup for putting the outlet holes in the walls. I just measured and then used a flush trim router bit to cut those, and it worked out really well. And then I was just able to reuse those same boards. They just have the same tape I used for the router on there. And then this turned out really good. You just put a whole panel up and then use the router to trim out the window and the door. There's no reason to print a jig if it's that simple. Yeah, that turned out really good. So, and then in progress for the other one, so you can see the outlet holes worked out really well. A little sneak peek on the antithesis build. I had the parts I got from Kiloprints anodized, I am pleasantly surprised they turned out really dark. I just said red, and they did a really dark red, which I like. Yeah, and that's it. Oh, good timing. This is done. Okay. Thinking of going A4T for my stealth changer, but after seeing this numbered ant heads, how can you not choose those? How many builds are you doing at the same time? Way too many. Way too many. Way too many projects. The list is deep. Okay, let's see here. So if you get an error along the lines of, okay, installing catapult. Catapult is already there. But we can do a get pull, I think, to get the latest version. Is that right? Wow. Just to make sure we're up to date. And then we go in and do our thing, which we did. So let's make ant heads are more compact than A4Ts. They are very much so. It's like an A4T is what, 70 millimeters wide? Yeah, about 70 millimeters wide, where a ant head is like 55 to 57 millimeters wide. One of the pip installs. It's only if you get an error along the lines. I don't think I'll get an error. I just ran all of those just as for completeness, and it's not going to hurt because I've done stuff on this before. I've flashed canned toolhead boards via catapult on this machine before. The mellow boards that were on here. We're just making sure everything is. But I was using a U2C adapter instead of the canned USB on the Octopus here. Okay, so then we want to make sure we're still in DFU mode, and that is 0483 DF11. So that should, there it is. This command here should work. What did we get? The program is free. Opening, runtime, setting, determining device status, error. We get an error. Why are we getting an error? Take a moment, setting timeout. We are getting an error. Why? Flash and RP 2040 toolhead with USB. Should be able to just upload the clipper file directly. You don't need to, but if you want to update it later, Ken, I can update it without having to flip the printer over. Did this actually do it? It did it. So I don't know what that error was, or if that was actually an error, but it did flash it to catapult. So now we can go. Let's just make sure we are all there. And let's make clean. We go back here to catapult is now installed. We get the catapult name. Then we are going to install USB to CAN bridge clipper. And make. So now we can make dash J4. I'm not sure on that one, Adama. So what do we got? Make. We got, let's get our ID again. That's our ID. And then this command here should flash clipper. So we paste that and then grab this. Yeah, awesome. Now we'll see that as, oh, now clipper is installed. So it has a, here, this guy. So now we run this. Can 0 does not exist. Why would can 0 not exist? Okay, let's go back to getting started. Let's make sure that all the things have been done to make sure that the CAN network is set up on the Pi. So let's go, oh, this is going to be one of those where it recommends updating the Pi OS. I think it's going to recommend we update it. I think it's going to 6.1.21 V8 Plus. Let's give you information. If you have a 6.1 something as a version and AARC64, then it would be best to back up any existing Clipper data and reflash the SD card with the latest Pi OS. We are 1 minute away from giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. Let's do that. And let's just do what it's recommending. Let's just keep going. So this will be a good opportunity. I don't know how often I've gone through backing up the configuration and everything, but we can do that. Hey, Dominic. We didn't quite hit 200 likes, but we're getting close. Let's do this. Wheel of names. Hey, Ben. Everybody get your names in. Hey, Laura girl. Bring things up here. We are at time. I'm doing this on time. It is 1 o'clock right now. So get your entries in. Link is in the pin post in the description. I'm gonna start the countdown. Lazy Susan Willen names. 3. Oh, I gotta get myself set up here. Yeah. We've gotten a few since I just got that little sidetrack. 3, 2, 1, 0 done. I'm just kidding. Can't say on time if you finish, Steve. That's 3 seconds. Well, we begin the giveaway at 1 o'clock. I begun it at 1 o'clock. We just got a new one, so I get to start over. 3, on time every time, apart from all the times he's not on time. 2, could you run 6 tool heads on a single CAN bus, or would it be wise to divide them over multiple buses? It's not easy to set up multiple CAN networks on a single machine. Maurice, thanks for gifting memberships. We got one, so I get to start over. 3, main my Trident with a blue frame and main part color, the blue meanie. 2, 3, we just got one. 2. Always wondered about multiple printers on a Pi 5 though. This is the final countdown. We just got a new one, so I get to start over, but it's the last time I'm going through. It'll be 3 seconds. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Done. Someone got there at the very last. I hit close and the number went up 1. There we go. Let's export this. You can use multiple printers on a single computer. This countdown to 3 is just an excuse for not being on time. Never on time or late. The giveaway arrives when it is time to arrive. Exactly. Stuart was the first one in. Who got in last? Rudy, you got in there just barely on time. Oops, I picked the wrong thing. Rudy was that. As I was clicking end. There we go. Okay, let's do a number between 1 and 16 because it's the 16th and I don't have a better idea. You can even set aliases according to serial numbers. Put so many in my boron on the same steam machine. 3 for the amount of hours till my first live stream building a boron. Have fun. Let's see here. Top list, you said 12. Let's do 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and spin. Roll the Polymaker filament. It's actually a coupon, depending on where you are in the world. Is this the first time you've won on here, John? You got to say something in chat. I see your name at least once in my chat history as it is, but congratulations, John. Totally rigged. Let's see. Let's make sure John only entered once. I think this is the first time you've won, isn't it? Let's see. Congrats. It's awesome. Draft. Is this the first time? Bill, welcome. Paste that. Put that. There we go, John. You should have an email on its way, unless my email's still screwed up, in which case, if you don't get one in the next few minutes, shoot me a DM. Congrats. Where's John in this list here? There we are. The longest name in the list. Not sure if he's the first time. I think it is. I don't remember otherwise. I will be in Germany, Phil. I will not be streaming on Wednesday, and I will not be streaming next Sunday. TBD on if I stream next Wednesday. But we will be doing the member stream on the 29th. That's the last Saturday I have available in November. So we will do a member stream on the 29th. And then you're gonna get an extra dose of me on the 30th. Because everybody's gonna be there, right? Okay, close that, unpin, delete, remove. No, I didn't want to do that. Unpin. And edit the description. You have to stream Sunday, otherwise we can't calibrate our week. Kevin, thanks for being a member. Save that. Sean, thanks for being a member. Thanks. I will have a safe trip, I hope. Chat is why I wake up before noon on Sundays. Sorry for the subject change. Are your one-piece skirts for the box turtle compatible with the enclosure, or will I need a different front skirt? You'll need a different front skirt. I had to reprint mine, and I didn't have a printer working well at the time that could do it in one piece, so I did mine in two. What is your interest at this form next? All the new things, and really just seeing a lot of people. That's okay. We are going to go ahead and do a reflash on here. This is a useful and important thing to understand how to do as far as the backing up your configuration and not losing any of your history and stuff like that. So I am going to get this going. I need your Sunday streams. I need a reason to not sleep before my 16-hour shift. We're all new people, yeah. What's special about the 30th? Double stream. You just okay, let's do this. Let's bring up the Pi Imager. So we're going to start this on a different, let's see, does this want me to update it? No. Okay, so we are going to start this on a different SD card. So this can be going while we're backing up data and moving data around. Proof you're not new. Nitro Burner, thank you for being a member for 42 months. What was your previous username? Works fine despite the rumors to the contrary. Well, I don't know that I have a choice here, but we are going to go for the 3D printing. We're going to do it with whatever main sale is set up here. So I don't know what OS version is here. We're just going to do the main cell image though. So yeah, we're going to put it on that card that I put in there. This may not be Trixie. It's probably still Bookworm. That's fine. I'll get to Trixie at some point. But I'm not going to go through hoops to do it right now. We want to edit our custom settings. The last one I did here was my purple Trident. So we are going to actually officially rename this at this point then. Nitro RC Enthusiast. Okay, so TriMax, all this should be fine. Everything else should be fine. Save. And yes. And yes. Okay, so that's going to do that. I'm going to just move that out of the way. And then we are going to use WinSCP, just because that's nice and easy. And we're gonna go to, do I have Tridex in here? Yep, so let's log into Tridex. Let's add that. Oh, circles for the password. Okay, so I want to go back to projects and let's just go to TriMax. TriMax, and we're going to create a new folder here. We're going to call this the backup. Let's just try Tridex backup. BU. Let's make it shorter. Tridex backup. We're going to grab this. Then we are going to, I'm gonna go in here to grab config and G-codes and database. Copy them. There's still a link for a giveaway. Where? If you reload, it disappears there, John. Apart from a video streamer issue with Crow's Nest for webcams, Trixie works. Okay. So now we've got two relatively long processes going right now. We're imaging the Pi or the SD card for the Pi, and we're copying all of the data that's on there to my local computer, actually to my NAS, but see which one finishes first. Oh, my stomach just growled. How are we doing on? Ooh, we're so close to 200 likes. 194 likes right now. So I like to copy all of the stuff off of the current build. I even like to copy the G-code files and stuff, because that'll retain all the, in there is all the information for like thumbnails of things that I've printed previously on here. The database folder has the Moonraker database, which has your print history and stuff in it. But I think this is worthy stream content of going through this, because this is something that if I've run into this, others will as well. There we go. I'm 204 now. Well, the cats have decided that somewhere else in the house is more interesting than here. The database has database history. No, the G-code files are all in the G-code folder. We're gonna get a Pi image done before we get all our stuff backed up. Hey, Leah. See you, Zarp. What else do we got going on? Verifying. My gate has changed. I am so worried about flight changes. Someone else is going. It's had their flight changed like 3 times. gate change so far, but no flight change yet. But I think it's a little early. Ever used the clipper backup to GitHub method? I haven't. I know the docs are out there to do it. I just haven't taken the time. Yeah, I don't have a lot of leeway either. My layover on my connecting flight is only a little over an hour. I'm flying United. The other person with the changed flights is Delta. Let's see how it goes. I've not been, so my connecting flight is in Duluth or Dulles in Washington. I don't think I've been there. I don't know the layout. I don't know how difficult it is to get between gates. Keep getting delays from account. That's nice and comforting, John. Dulles. That's what I thought. How long is Germany from the West Coast? I think it's about, if it was direct, I think it'd be about a 12-hour flight. Maybe 13 or so. Okay, that is done. So we can close that. Looks like this is getting close to done. That is ready to go in there. I guess this is an easy way to change the name. It's no longer Tridex. Am I missing anything? I really just need G-codes, database, and config. I think that's all I really care about. If you go into, so in the, let's come up, close this. This will get all of this. So I got 1,400 hours on this printer and all of the bits and pieces that I've printed. All of this, you'll get the history of it is in the database. The files themselves are in G-codes, and it will read through and regenerate all the thumbnails. It'll read all of those. Yeah, this is just a tool changer. Yep. Getting close. Yeah, I won't wipe the other one. You're right. I don't need to worry too much about it. And hey, Badmouth. I don't know if I'd seen your name on there before, earlier. How are the cats, Sean? How are the cats? They look pretty darn adorable when I see the pictures. Right. I like to keep that information. The history information is most important. There's going to be a lot of config cleanup though. I don't really want to start over, but there's going to be some cleanup. Streamline in workshop and office, nice. Orion is a mama's boy and Andromeda is my shadow. Nice. How much, do you know how much they weigh? Obico server with all my history from my miscellaneous computers. Printers, yeah. Okay, so now if we go in here, config has all of those files, and database, this MinRecord SQL database is, I usually copy these two files over. I don't know if I need to copy more than just this one. And then G codes will have, this is what took the bulk of the time, along with the thumbnails. So all those 295 files. So that is copied. We can go ahead and close this. Terminate session without saving, yes. Shut this down. Arms about 7 pounds, about 5 pounds. Should be lean and long and around, be a big boy. Okay, let's power this off. Nice and easy access to the SD card. Power it back up. This time it will be TriMax. But we got to give this a second. It'll be a you can probably see the activity LED there. Give it a minute to build. Oh, I can see the screen. A little bit of activity there. It's doing the thing. That's one nice thing about having the screen hooked up. I have some idea of where it's at in the process. Oscar and Felix have hovered right at, I think Oscar's right at 11 pounds, and Felix has always lagged right at a pound behind. Okay, so we should be good to go. So let's find out. Here we are, TriMax. So yeah, we're gonna have all the errors here. So that's fine. Over here, we have a bookworm. Let's go ahead and run this. We're gonna need, oh, why didn't that? Okay. Update all the components. Yep. So hopefully the goal today is get everything visible. Hopefully the goal is to get everything, like we can see all the hardware on here. Andromeda is 6 pounds exactly and Orion is 7 pounds. Nice. Okay, system OS packages are up to date. We've got files here. So now we can go to SSH, TriMax.local. Let's get in there. And then we get to go basically through this whole setup. So we're gonna go getting started. We just did that. So now we'll get, now we can get into here. So we're gonna do all this stuff. So system D, network D service is enabled and running, then start the service. And then check it's running properly. This documentation has made such a difference. So what we're looking for, make sure it shows a loaded active running. Loaded active running. And then this also enables a system D network D wait online service, which can cause your system to be frozen. So you run this thing. And then configure the transmit QLIN for the interface by running the following command. So copy this. And what this is going to do is edit a file, edit or create a file with the correct things in it. So if we do that, and then we can view that file to make sure it did the right thing. So we should get something that looks like this little picture that's way too small. Subsystem net action changed 128. Subsystem net action changed 128. So that looks right. Now finally to enable the CAN 0 interface and set the speed, run this. This is going to edit or create another file. Okay, and then we're going to confirm that by adding that file. Here we are. So we got the name CAN, bitrate 1 meg, required for online. No. So just kind of storming through just step by step, the documentation. You made my nose itch. Hi. Okay. So that did that. That's the last command we ran, right? Yes. Should look like this. Then finally reboot the Pi. Might as well copy and paste. Reboot. Okay. Connect. You done? No, it's still booting. I can see it on the screen. That is a touchscreen, dude. There's nothing to touch, but rubbing up against the screen. Okay, here we go. There we go. Good. I was able to. Both ends of the CAN wire to be terminated. Where is the, do we have, here. Go, new window, main board. Did it tell me where's the CAN jumper on this thing? There's a permanent soldered to the board, no need to add a jumper to enable it. And also no ability to disable it. So the jumper is already there for the octopus. CAN adapter main board, tool head, cabling. Next step, now that CAN 0 interfaces files are set up. Okay, so with this rebooted, we should be able to go over to the mainboard flashing, and I think the command that we left off at should see 2040. Catapult is now installed, and let's see what we have listed here. ls/dev/serial/by d. Nothing. Why is nothing connected? because if I'm gonna double tap the reset button and I want to see if it shows up now. Dude. It did not. Maybe I didn't double tap it right. It's not showing up. It should show up. Dude. That's a keyboard. Why doesn't that show up? Oh, I know. One thing that's wrong. I still have the boot jumper in. Let's take the boot jumper out. Now let's try it. There we go. Boot jumper was still in. Okay. Okay. So it is there. Now let's reset again. And we should see if we go in USB to CAN bridge clipper. We did this and confirm it is, here we go. This is the command we want to run. This is the command we left off at. Every time I think of switching at least one of my printers to clipper, I say, never mind. This is not bad, Nargorot. This really isn't bad. This guide makes it just follow the steps. Aha. There we go. Bit rate. So it's up. I mean, you can't blame Clipper and stuff for me forgetting to remove a boot jumper. Okay. I get it. I get it. You can now run the Clipper CAN bus query to retrieve the CAN bus UUID of your main board. Let's copy that. Paste this. And there is our UUID of the octopus now. So we are going to need this, but let's get some of the pseudo service Moonraker. Stop. So we're going to stop that. And we're going to go back to WinSCP and restore all of our stuff. No, I don't need to upgrade. Are you going to start? Oh, there we go. And we're going to go here, but we're going to edit this. Change the name to TriMax. Save. Log in. Yes. Your cats wake you up in the AM, Andromeda's in my face at exactly 5:30. They tend to wake April up more than me. If April goes to work extra early, then I'll get them. If it's like a weekend, I'll get them in there if it hits a certain time in the morning. But okay, now we are back in with WinSCP, and I'm gonna go in and copy. I'm not gonna copy the main. I'm gonna copy the individual files. So here we want to upload this, upload that, okay, and yes, we want to overwrite it. So you see that went from a small file to a much bigger file. And then we can go here and let's get the G codes, all of that, G codes, upload those, say okay. So here's a little note that tripped me up a couple of times. We're gonna finish uploading this, but we're not gonna see a thumbs folder in there because the .thumbs makes it hidden on the Pi. BTT's VVD marketing is getting crazy. At this rate, we'll be getting schematics and manuals by pre-sale launch tomorrow. I'm on the fence on the VVD. I think it's a cool, theoretically a cool product. They've put a ton of time into it, and they've obviously not released it until they thought it was ready, because they've had it known to exist for a very long time. The thing I'm on the fence about is whether I want to install it somewhere, because it's not a build. I don't build it. What do you folks think? Is it worth seeing? Is it like a Wednesday stream thing? Or... there's probably a checkbox to unhide those in this SCP browser. Probably. This is going to take a little bit. VVD is a color changing. It's a MMU type system. Nothing you mess with, really. Yeah, it's all pre-assembled. All of the stuff that build around it is the tool head. So curious what their recommended solution is outside of the box itself. So that's the part that I'm curious about and interested in, is what is their solution beyond just the box. There's a possibility, so I could potentially leave the box turtle on the green V2 because it's working. I mean, I've taken that off of there. It's interrupting a working system. And then I put a Vivid on the Toolhead 0 on this, because I was talking about putting something on this to get some different colors, and then a support material along with it. Working through it. How much will I use on Varun's unreliable poop systems? Index setup would be cool to see. Well, of course. I hope that can happen at some point. Clipper screen docks. We're going to need clipper screen on here. Installation. I don't really want to start that in the middle of all this, though. Just get things set up. Oh, does this? This doesn't have catapult on there. That's interesting. I guess it doesn't need it. We didn't do anything that it would need. Be good to get a BTT chamber heater. Yeah. See what they've done with that. I could use Kiao. I've used it. I can say I use Kiao. I tend to use Kiao on my fluid interface machines because that's the easiest way to install it. I'm really curious to see what really curious with the index and the core one. I'd be very, very ready to install one of those on one of my core ones. Almost there. Yes, yes. Everything about the index, all the questions about index is in integration. How do you integrate it in different systems? And it'll be, since it is intended to be kind of a user mod, so to speak, what people do with it once it's been out for a while. Because people can be pretty darn clever, and I'm very looking forward to seeing that. The clever solutions that I wouldn't even dream of coming up with myself is what I want to see. Okay, that finished. And then so we'll get the config copied over. We're just gonna grab, I'm not gonna grab the extra stuff. Pretty much just gonna grab the printer config, I think, for now. And maybe stealth burner LEDs. I want the chance to be creative with index. I think we'll bring over other bits and pieces if we need them. But that'll get us started. Yeah. So now we can come back here and start the Moonraker service back up. Should be able to come back here. Question about Core 1 plus index is how much will the upgrade path cost? Prusa has a bad habit of pricing the upgrades, not for short of buying the whole printer. You know, there was a discussion. The real question is where is index for Core 1 going to come from? Bondtech or Prusa? And it makes more sense for it to come from Bondtech. Prusa having a partnership in the integration, but okay. I installed an MEV3 on my Core 1, so I'll need to get another Core 1 for index. Wow, that's the way it works, right? Okay, and suddenly we have a bunch of packages to be upgraded, but that's okay. Where are we? What did we find out? Here, history. There we go. There we go. Our history is there. So that's the bit that that was important to me. And if we come back here, this little UUID is what we need. Let's grab that before we need to get it again. And then go into the printer config. Let's refresh this. To refresh for this to show up. I won't buy a printer upgrader. If I wanted that, I would just use my Vorons. And we are going to go, we don't need this anymore. So CAN bus UID. That. I don't think we need restart method. I don't think that's valid anymore. I'm not sure, but I can put it back. So this is not going to, it's going to air out again, but I just wanted to save that. Okay, let's go to the EBB, the Big Tree Tech Wiki, and see how their instructions for flashing the boards are. So let's follow their instructions and see how they go. So if we scroll down here, find stuff. Now, why, when I go, I'm just curious, when I do, why don't I see a USB device on one of these? The one that I have connected via USB. I haven't upgraded either. I haven't changed either of my Core 1s, John. My Core 1s don't have any modified parts on them. Why does the USB connected one not show up? Let's see. Let's go through the instructions and find out. USB mode, no jumper, can mode, install the jumper. I think I saw on another stream someone mentioned this wrong. It was today or yesterday. It was probably yesterday. Faster protection, keep going, keep going. Yeah, nozzle cleaning brush upgrade would be nice, John. I agree there. Okay, clipper. So, if it shows an LSUSC but I'm unsure about it, it's usually because the clipper service already snagged it. I don't see it there. Why is it not showing up? Do I have the correct one? Yeah. Let's see. Why is it not showing up? Now there was a, where was that? USB can selection. So USB is no jumper. So let me just double check that we have the correct one plugged into the correct spot. See if I can get over. USB is no jumper, and that one has one. So this one is this side. This one. So this is the can one. Yep. So I've got them in the correct boards. I have them in the correct boards. Everything is plugged in all the way. And USB is plugged in. As soon as I move, Oscar took my seat. Oh, okay. Apparently it wasn't plugged in all the way somewhere. I wiggled wires and it showed up. So apparently something wasn't plugged in all the way. So this is good. This is what we want. So let's go back down here. No jumper on the can selector or the 120 ohm for USB mode. Correct. Correct. So now clipper, does it show anything here? USB can. Okay, so we are going to use Catapult. So Catapult GitHub. Actually, let's go back here and just mainboard flashing. or tool head flashing, it doesn't matter. Let's get our install catapult. Here we go. Copy that. We'll use our esoterical guide to install it. In our root here, and get catapult. There we go. Okay, catapult is installed. Let's go. Catapult. Make menu config. And Gen 2. So enable STM G0B1. See. Yeah, let's try that. There we go. STM G0B1, and then bootloader offset 8 kilobytes, and then 8 megahertz crystal, and we will do our USB one first. And do we want a status? Do we get a status LED? Apparently no. Okay. Quit, yes. Clean. I'm gonna do the USB one first, I think. What else does it tell us here? Power. Does it tell us how to put this into boot mode or anything? So if we go LS USB, we should see it now. Which one is it? Oh, there it is. Open Moco. So how does this go into its boot mode? Oh, it's probably press both buttons and let go. Right, but I was hoping to see something. Do they have a... Yeah. It doesn't mention it here. It'll be a hold down boot, hit reset, and then let go of boot is the typical. I'm gonna move this up so I can get to these better. There we go. Oh, okay, let's move this out of the way. Which one is boot and which one's reset? Let's see. All the way up here. I've got a diagram. There we go. Boot button is this one. Reset is this one. Get something non-conductive I can poke in here with. So I think should be hold down boot, hit reset, let go of boot, and then should see nope. Hold down reset, hit boot. Should have them on there. He tested the 36. Oh, good call. Let's go here. Let's Do toolhead flashing, common toolhead hardware. I don't see it. It's not on here for the can. Not on here for can. What board do these use? Add a jumper. Capture device. Press and hold the reset and boot buttons, then release the reset button and release the boot button. That's what I did. This is the USB one. So if I hold down boot, and then usually it's wait a few seconds and let go of that. Not getting it into DFU mode. That is the USB one. So it is not going into DFU mode. If you flash catapult and enable double tap, you can do it that way. Well, I gotta get it into DFU mode before I can flash anything to it. Right? Any of these need to be in DFU mode before you can flash something to it. Unless it came from Big Tree Tech with catapult on it, but I don't think so. It didn't say anything about that in the docs. Kitty got treats. Oh, new kitty. New kitty. New kitty. Well, new kitty needs treats. He's got treat on his nose. I got to give him incentive to come in here and say hi. So. Look at all that treat on his nose. You got it. You can go tell Oscar that you got treat. You got all the treat. It's gonna upset your stomach. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You coming up here? You can have the rest. Okay. He doesn't know any better. I'll just leave that right there. Did you update Catapult and generally keep repo up to date? It is up to date. I mean, it's a fresh install. Don't worry, I got it from my script. So it's press boot button and attach USB, release boot button. Well, that's not happening. This looks like our Kitten Cocoa completely black coat. If it's in DFU mode, do ls/dev and look for, it's not in DFU mode. It would say in ls USB. Remove the whole board. Force it with a Python command and above the stop sign on the esoterical guide. I don't know. I did want to check. I wanted to, just for checking, go BB GitHub. I want to see if there's any differing documentation here. UBB Gen 2, UBB 36. No, there's no documentation here on the firmware. Just the config. So you said something, you said there's a way to force it with the Python command. It's clipper been stopped. No, but that shouldn't matter putting the control board into DFU mode. I've never had to stop clipper to put it in DFU mode. And it's not showing up in DFU mode. Is there anything in here about that? Communication interface. See ya, John. There's nothing. Anything in the notes? No. So I'm on the USB board. The board that I'm going to be running USB is the one we're working on right now. It is not going into, there's no instructions here. There's no notes. We need to get it into DFU mode so we can flash Catapult to it, or whatever we want to flash to it. It needs to be in DFU mode. But it's not going. And I also assume that I'm going to need to jumper the other board to USB first before I can flash it at all, right? What are you getting into? Okay, what is going on? Is there another sequence to hit to get these boards into? I wonder. That one's useless. USB flashing guide. Wonder if he updated this one. Hardware configurations. Nope. Any suggestions? Any suggestions? That's something to try. Something to try. Let's power this off. Shut it down. Power it off. Everything be powered off. Let's hold. There. Down the boot button. Turn on the printer. Let go of the boot button. It's not a 2040, it's an STM. Okay. Let's let this boot back up and see if that happens to be in DFU mode. If we go here, let's just make sure I've got the okay, so the boot button is there, the reset button is there. So let's get back here. There we go. There we go. We got the, it's in DFU mode. It's in DFU mode. So the suggestion of powering off, holding down the boot button when powering on appeared to have worked. So progress. So let's go to Catapult and make menu config, make sure all this is good. So we don't get a, I think if we do status LED, we need to, yeah. I don't know what that would be. Do you happen to know that, Phil? If we want a status LED, what GPIO that would be on? It was easier to power off the whole machine there, Scope. It was easier. I thought about it. But what I want to know is if I can enable the status LED and what that IO would be. So you found the pic? What do we, I see the pic. I get that. That doesn't give me any new information. What am I missing? It's actually all on the screen printing on the other side of the board, which switch is which. I get that. That wasn't the problem, but can we confirm, do they have a schematic? Let's see, we were here. We reused this screen, this page. Hardware schematic. Let's see if we can figure out what the status LED pin is. Let's download this. I probably already have, but let's throw it. Projects, nope, products, BTT. Yep, I've already saved it there. We'll open it again, whatever. Open this up. Okay, status LEDs. Press and hold boot, then hit and release, reset, same as all STMs. Yep, and that didn't work. Maybe it'll work now after the system's been rebooted, but that didn't work for me. Okay, LEDs, where are those LEDs? There's a green, what is this one? That's a 3.3 volt LED. Not a whole lot. There's not a whole lot in here. Oh, no, it was just scrolled down. Let's see, what is this one? Is this our status LED? Our LED. The LED is in the config file. The status LED? Our LED is 13. PA2. PA2, our LED. Is that what it is in the config file? Config. Heater, fan, hot end. Output, our LED. PA2. There it is. More than one way to figure out some information. Is that what I'm seeing? Let's go here. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted here. Enable status LED PA2. Oops, where was I? PA2. Yep, okay. Okay, let's, oops, quit, yes. Make clean, make J4. There's probably a make flash I should have done instead, but that's okay. The pinouts, I get it, no problem. And I appreciate the help here, Phil. I really do. Let's go back to the USB flashing guy. And initial flashing for STM. And installing Catapult via... First you need to clone the Catapult repo, did that, did all that. And we should be able to confirm here. This command right here. That is USB. That is 0483DF11. So that should flash Catapult to it. There we go. That's fine. So now, installing Clipper. Okay. So now we should be able to see a, there we go, Catapult device. So now, config here. Catapult is a bootloader, Joseph William, that assists in updating and installing firmware on controller boards. STM GB1 8. Here, and menu config, there we go. So just to make sure, so 8K, 8 megahertz crystal, this one is going to be USB, and I think I need to start this one PA2, right? Since I used that as the status LED, I think I need to start this one on startup. So that should be all okay for this board. So quit, yes, make clean. Then flash device equals. This is the USB one. This is the USB one. So make flash device equals this. So that should flash. There's an esoterical guide for USB and an esoterical guide for USB, or CAN. For USB and one for CAN. Okay, woohoo. So now if we do that, we get a clipper ID. So the USB board is flashed and working. Now I'm guessing for the first setup, I need to set up the other tool head on, I need to connect it via USB to flash catapult to it and then switch it back to CAN so I can flash the clipper to it. Is there an advantage to using CAN versus USB? Yes and no. It depends on how many devices you have. Can be an advantage to using CAN if you have multiple devices. Can be an advantage when your wire lengths are a certain length. But for most of our applications, there's not much advantage or disadvantage either way. USB is a better, an easier, a more direct, easier to follow setup process. Okay, you flash catapult in CAN bus mode using USB. You flash catapult in, yes, you do all the CAN bus settings, but you use USB to do it, which means I need to move things around underneath the printer here. I need to move things around. So we're going to shut down now. Oops. There we go. So let's power this off so I can flip it over and rearrange the things. Why did we choose CAN bus if USB was already being used back in the day? USB, it takes a special or a certain made cable for most of our uses. Just USB cables are not a great thing to run in chains or to run in a moving system. You need it connected to the USB board to flash and then connect to CAN. Yep, that's what we're doing. So I'm powering this off, and let's not stare at my butt. Let's move the camera so we can see what I'm doing here. Yeah, number of devices, length of wires, all of those are factors when considering the best communication method for your setup. Okay, so this is our USB. So what I should be able to do is just unplug our USB device. I don't need it plugged in at all. Take this guy, which is the other tool head. Just pull this all out here. Wrap this guy around. And temporarily plug him in here. So that's the other tool board plugged in to the USB port. This is still getting power. It's not going to hurt anything. That's the other board. Then we have to come around to the tool board itself. and unplug both of these jumpers that we put in here. There's the 120 ohm resistor jumper and the USB or CAN jumper. Then I'm going to see if we can reach around, reach the power over here. I can do it this way. Power, plug it in, and I am going to hold down the boot jumper while it's powered on, so we can hopefully get this directly into LSUSB or into DFU mode. And let go. Now we can come back over here, and when that's ready, we can boot back in. To not have issues with LDO, or many and complex, yeah. So much easier to just update CAN using CAN. Take a look at Esoterical's CAN bus guide under updating. So this machine went from Trident to IDEX to TriMax. Correct. Yep. Okay, let's get back in here. Awesome. So there we are. We have our device there, our STM device in DFU mode. So we should be able to just follow the exact same things we just did. So we're going to go to Catapult, and I should be able to just run that device, that command right there. The same board. No. Nope, I'm wrong. Make menu config. We'll be able to run it in a second, but we need to redo this. Our communication interface is going to be CAN bus. I caught myself. Yep, I caught myself. CAN bus on PB12, PB13. I think that's the only change we need. PB12, PB13. The rest of this should be correct. CAN bus speed, and all the rest should be fine. So quit, yes, make clean, and then make. Then we can run that command. What is the heater? You're seeing a printer on its side, and that's what you're seeing there, Joseph. Okay, now we should be able to run this other command that's way back here. That one right there should. There we go. That is fine. And next, so we're going to our catapult, or our CAN guide, toolhead flashing. So what we basically did is installed catapult here. Both jumpers need to be in place to get a UUID. Yep. So now that catapult has been installed, STM baseboard, so we did this guy here. During download gets status above, it still has the file downloaded successfully, then flashed OK. Catapult is now installed. Click here for next steps. And now it's saying shut down the Pi, power it off, change all the jumpers back around, the connection stuff all around. So let's shut it down. Sudo shut down. Yep. So that's off. Now I can come back over here and I can put the two jumpers back in place. Okay. Not close enough for the glasses to have any positive impact. So to put our two jumpers. There we go. And then on this side, we can come around. And we can pull this out. This can come back where it was before. Here, and plug in to this side. This one can plug back in wherever it went. There it is. Okay, so everything plugged back in. Make sure everything's seated. And then we can power this back on. Okay. Power that back on. This camera setup isn't really available anymore. The mount isn't. It's just a one of the cameras out of laptops or whatever you can get off Amazon. It's a Wave Share. I don't remember the model, but the mount system, the guy didn't removed it at some point. So I don't know where I could point you to get it. I don't know if it's out there. Okay. So now we should be able to go. So Catapult is installed. Take out any, and then wire up your toolhead power, and then power your printer back on. Run the following command to see if the toolhead board is on the CAN network and waiting in Catapult mode. So let's copy that and paste this. And we have this is our, this A03, we should be able to confirm is our, yep, A03 is the octopus. We can tell that because it is in clipper mode and the other one's in catapult mode, but still, this is our new toolhead board and it's up and running. So catapult flash was successful. So you should see found UID. If you see the above, note that you move on to flashing clipper. So here, we're gonna go clipper, make menu big. This should be all the same except for here. So this is the PB12, PB13. And I don't think you set this, or do you? Maybe you do, I don't know. Needs to be plugged in at the same time, blew up the chip. Now it's protected by jumper and fuses, found that the hard way. Let's confirm here. CAN bus PB12, PB13. PB12, PB13. So should be able to quit this and save, and then make clean, and then installing clipper, menu config, make clean, make. Let's stop the service. Stopped, and then take note the catapult device it shows. We got that. Oh, I need to make. So make. There we go. That. I want that output just to have reference. And then here we go. This command here. That part of it here. And the catapult device here. Okay, now if we run that query again, we should see 2 devices with clipper on them. Awesome. Very cool. So, and there is our tool head board, our USB tool head board. So we are going to need that. And we're gonna, that is tool 0. So we're gonna say, move that and go serial there. Then tool 0, this guy. And it just seems so, I guess I'll leave it, but here, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say tool 0 and tool 1. And, oh, F, tool board underscore 0, and tool 0, replace all, and 1, and 1, replace all. Oh, I was just doing a search. I know my camera was in the way, but I was just changing everywhere where it said toolboard 0 and toolboard 1 to tool 0 and tool 1. Okay, so let's find where we have tool 0. Cells chip. I'm just gonna comment this out because we don't need that to test it. This is just the resonance tester. Next, so stepper X end stop pin. What did I do for end stop pin? So what are we doing here? Interface diagram. Okay. So I did end stop. So PA 15. Next. Probe is also, no, probe is tool 0, and I have it plugged into, was it PB5 or was it PB8? I think it was PB8 that we plugged that into, right? I can't really see it. Maybe I can move this. I think it's PB8. PB8. This, all the tool board stuff was all there for Tridex. I'll change it if I need to, but I don't think I'll need to. This is going to be, so the probe is going to be PB8. 8. Next. Temperature sensor tool 0. I think that's fine. Next. Okay, so that's there. Now let's see what's tool 1. So MCU tool 1, next. There's nothing else. There's a tool 1 config and tool 0 config. I'll have to change those. Oh, here's tool 1, end stop pin. This is all gonna be wrong. The basic configuration here is all gonna be wrong. I'm just trying to get a happy clipper config. So this is going to go back to PA5, is that what it was? PA15. This is not going to be a config that's going to home or do anything. I just want Clipper to start up and show me no errors. Okay, so we're gonna save that and close it, and then we're gonna have to go, think we're gonna want the two TriMax, backup, config. We're gonna want the two tool board. Open this. And we're gonna rename this to tool 1 config. And this one to tool 0 config. Can go in here and extruder. So I'm gonna grab this and actually I'm gonna grab this and move it to another window. So I'm gonna be referencing this sample config file, but I'm gonna move it to another window so you guys don't have to watch me bouncing back and forth. Let's find tool board 1 and place it with tool 1. It's all. And it's right here. So step pin is PB14. 14. Direction pin is PA8. And enable pin is PB6. And then heater pin heater where's heater on here? Heater fan. Okay. Heater is PB4. Am I missing something here, Phil? I don't see the heater actually defined in their sample config. I don't see PB4 identified in the sample config. That's funny. I could be missing it. PB4 and the sensor pin. PA3. What else is here? We've got all extruder, UART pin is PB3. And print cooling fan. Oh, this is all over the place as far as this will all change. ED3 will work. How are we doing on people? Oh, we're still doing good. We're close to 200. And we're gonna just comment this out. And heater fan. Heater fan is PA5. PA5. Okay, save that. And we get to do all that again with tool 0. Place all, step pin. PB1, 4. PA8 and PB6. Heater pin PA2, right? PB4. PB4. Why is it getting so quiet? What's the thermistor? PA3. 3. And extruder UART. It's PB3. I missed the bit where you put Clipper onto the USB version. Did you give it a meaningful name and make menu configure? Just use the chip serial. I just use the chip serial. Print cooling fan, PD3, and extruder fan. PA5. And then we'll comment all of this stuff out. There we go. Okay. What are the chances that we're going to have a happy no errors config? Next to none. But, well, I probably have an include I need to remove. Actually, I know I do. Let's do this. So we have some chance of getting a first try. IDEX mode we don't need, and macros we don't need. And clicky probe and stealth printer LEDs are out there. Okay, let's save and restart and find out. We're gonna do anything? What's it doing? Oh, is it because I didn't restart Clipper service? Calibration offsets, printer data config, calibration offsets config does not exist. Is that in here? Next, include calibration offsets. Nope. Go. Save and restart. See you, Neil. I'll wave as I fly over. Unknown toolboard 0. Unknown pin chip name toolboard 0. Where did I miss that? It might be here. Yep. It's in stealth printer LEDs. So this is the toolboard 0. Just do this. We only have to do one. It is the RGB port, which is PC7. PC7, and we're going to have one down here. Tool PC7. Okay, save and restart. Woohoo! Woohoo! We have a, hey, the LEDs even work. What's going to be the easiest way? I am all tied up here. Here, let's do it this way. The LEDs work. Yay. Okay. The, oh, remember when I put the PZ board on here? I used the burned out one because I didn't immediately have access to a good one. I was wondering why the LEDs weren't on, but I immediately remembered that. Woohoo. We have functioning. We have a happy clipper, and that was the goal of today. We have a happy clipper. It is not configured correctly to actually do anything with this. I would not trust it to home. I wouldn't trust any of it. all of the IDEX stuff is basically still in here. If you go into printer config, we have stepper X and then dual carriage. So if things start missing, it's a head scratcher, always multimeter, the fuses on the injector board. That's almost always why things go sideways and it's not obvious. Okay, good tip. Woohoo! That is fantastic. Let me shut this down so I can flip it back over so we can try a couple of quick things before we sign off. I tangled, in order to reach there, I kind of tangled my power cord around. So let's do this. And this, there we go. Let's get this plugged back in here. That is awesome that we have Happy Clipper. Happy Clipper. But yeah, I need to swap out that PZ board. It's the one that saw 19 extra volts. So need to get a Lazy Susan. Yes. It is long overdue. My heart skips a beat when I see the summary that I have an email from United Airlines. But no, it was just talking about Wi-Fi on the flight. Okay. So what I kind of wanted to do, just for an extra couple checks, I want to see what the end stop statuses are. Let's see what happens if I trigger stepper X. Hey, there we go. That's awesome. Okay. Stepper X, my end stop is working. So let's try stepper Y. So I would imagine that this is the one that will change. Yep, awesome. End stops are working. Wonder if you can configure the X end stop pin in a way to let it home from either tool head. I don't know, but I definitely need to set this up to home Y first. Homing from anywhere in that exclusion zone is a bad idea. Making a Lazy Susan to build my rat rig is a good idea. Rat rig 500 is going to take a huge Lazy Susan. But it's probably a good idea. Or put some wheels on a smaller work surface. No, it would not. I don't know that it would actually do all the things correctly right now, because I think some of the homing macros are calling things in the config, in the IDEX config file. But I'm not sure. But in any case, the config needs a full cleanup. We are going to be following through this Mad Max configuration setup. So we're going to install this Clipper tool changer plugin. We're going to basically follow all of this. So lots of things to set up, and that'll be the next stream. Is a combination of that and some other little bits of cleanup. So off camera, what I'm going to do is extend the wire so we can have nudge plugged in. I'm going to make a mount that brings us out another millimeter. And I think that's the main things The wheels on the cabinet method is heavy, and then you end up with the drawers facing somewhere you can't get to them. Well, I'm sorry, I said a cabinet, but in my mind, I have one of those little IKEA, little small kitchen islands. It's in the other garage. You got anybody who's watched any of my older videos or been there, it's always right. It was always right behind me, but it's basically, it would be a perfect size. And I bought the casters, to be able to work on printers and roll, turn them around as needed. I have some, I was just going to do 4 swivel casters so I can move it around however I want. I just haven't done it. That's one of the project list. Yay, that's working. I'm very glad that the LEDs are working after the trouble I had with breaking wires on those. Tool headboards are on. Everything's communicating. Fantastic. Okay, folks, it has been a 5-hour stream. I need to get busy on finishing my prep for my trip. So, no stream on Wednesday or Sunday. The following Sunday or Wednesday, what day is that? Is a TBD. The 26th is a TBD, but we'll be back here on the 30th at the very least. So if you're going to be at Form Next, poke in the channel, send me a DM, whatever. Let me know so I can say hi. Otherwise, have a good rest of your week. Have a good next 10 days or so. Keep an eye out. I will post if I end up on any streams or scheduled on any streams. I'll post in the Going Live channel. I expect to be on at least one. So thanks again, everyone. Have a good one. Enjoy the build. Bye.